Ooh. Fuck. All right, done with food. Now, I have no clue how to play this game. To the point where I don't even know what game mode to start. I don't know what to do here. So, do I really want to go learn the game? That sounds so annoying. Tutorials are so annoying. But I guess that's what we need to do. Iron Man mode. I don't want fucking achievements. I guess we'll do that. I think I'll be sad if I don't do that. Most likely. Welcome to the Age of Progress. The year is 1836. Carl Johan Bernadotte is King of Sweden. The Industrial Revolution is well underway, bringing cataclysmic social change along with it. More than 20 years had passed since the Congress of Vienna imposed some semblance of order upon Europe, and unrest is once again starting to brew among the great powers. It will be up to you to guide Sweden to glory over the following century. There is no one way to win in Victoria 3. You set your own goals and experience different stories in the process of pursuing them. Victoria 3 is about taking charge of growing and shaping a Victorian-era country, with a primary focus on economics and politics. You will be constructing a society of your own imagination while overcoming internal and external obstacles. Politics, economics, diplomacy, and war are all tools to that end, but must be employed with care as your population have needs and desires of their own. Your decisions will impact them, and they will in turn attempt to influence you. Victoria 3 is a dynamic simulation with many moving parts. All your actions will have consequences, even unintended ones. This is normal and expected. You do not have to learn how everything works before you play. Take it slow and learn from your mistakes, and you will soon be an expert policymaker. 2 out of 8! Okay. Woo! Okay. Instant overview of the whole map. Sometimes you will see underlined text or colored name or concept. Hover your... Yep, that's a tooltip. Oh, you had to wait for that? Okay. 3 capacities measure different aspects of your country's power. Mouse over the orange text to get more information. Bureaucracy, authority, influence. Ugh. Bureaucracy. We get a lot of bureaucracy from Götaland. Actually, where is Götaland? Is that like... This is Sealand. Yeah, Götaland is there, yeah. Scania. That's some bullshit. Bureaucracy is a capacity used to maintain your country's administrative cohesion and day-to-day operations. The cost increases with the population across your incorporated states and with every institution investment level, and is also used to administer commanders. You gain bureaucracy from operating government administration buildings. Authority is a capacity used to effect internal change to your country, like issuing decrees or managing interest groups. You gain authority from laws. Influence is a capacity used for diplomatic actions, pacts, and treaties, targeting another country. You gain influence based on your rank. Okay. Money in the treasury is used to fund the state apparatus. The vast majority of money in your country is circulated by buildings and pops and is outside your direct control. Buildings and pops can be taxed to grow and improve your economy, decrease your expenses by minimizing the operating costs of government buildings. The balance shown in the top bar reflect a weekly change. Unlike capacities, money can be saved to be spent later, though going into debt by running a negative weekly balance can often yield a better return on investment. Loans will be automatically repaid while your weekly balance is positive. Running a negative weekly balance. On the left side of the screen is a number of buttons. On the left side of the screen, a number of buttons can take you to screens showing an overview of the different aspects of Sweden. Some are used to manage your country, while others are informational. Feel free to look through them and press next when ready. Budget, buildings, market. Along the bottom of the screen are 4 lenses. These provide easy access to actions you can take to shape your country, combined with information needed to make a good decision. Production is for expanding industries to produce goods and provides details about your economic output. Politics is for managing government and your population and provide details about the power balance in your country. Diplomacy is for initiating or breaking pacts with other countries or starting diplomatic plays against them. It provides details about how other countries perceive you. Military is for expanding your army and navy and recruiting commanders and provides detail about wartime matters. Each lens has its own map mode. Zoom out and take a look at the map to see what details just changed. Clicking on each lens and looking at the map can give you a good hunch of what's currently going on in your country. When you're ready to move on, close the lens and press next. Adjust the speed of the game and pause and unpause at the highlighted speed controls. You can also pause and unpause by hitting space. The timeline of Victoria 3 spans 100 years from 1836 to 1936, but you can adjust the tempo yourself. Right now, time is standing still because the game is unpaused. While the game is paused, you can still interact with it, but many actions transpire over time and require the clock to run to have any effect. For this part of the tutorial, we'll keep the game paused while we walk you through some fundamentals. Take note of the highlighted speed controls since we will soon hand the reins back over to you. You have just been given your first tutorial challenge. We have paused the game to give you time to read. Remember to unpause using the speed controls or the spacebar when you're ready to resume. Open the journal by clicking the highlighted button on the left to begin. Hello Shadow Gamer, how's it going? There. Expand the rye farms in Götaland. Select the expand a basic building. Yeah, okay. First victory round? Yeah. I usually don't play these games that much. I played some CK. I did do this tutorial once, like a year ago, but I don't remember. You have been tasked with expanding a basic agricultural building in one of your states. As you play the game, more tutorial challenges like this one will appear in your journal. You can either try to complete the challenge yourself without any guidance, or click the Tell Me How button for a walkthrough. You can also click the Tell Me Why button for a more in-depth explanation of why it's important. Okay. One way of growing your economy is by constructing or expanding buildings. You cannot always know ahead of time if a certain building will be profitable or not, but expanding a basic agricultural building such as rye farms is a relatively safe investment. Level 4 rye farms in Götaland. Alright. So, production. These are like lenses. That's not... This is Svealand. This is Götaland. Buildings. Build a new urban building. Is that what we want? Food industries. Scroll down. Oh, it's here. Agriculture. Development. Rye farms. Okay, so we just... We just want level 4. Alright, no. Götaland. So you just... That's it. Just 4. And then we're good. Then we just wait for that to finish. 13 weeks, is that? No. Oh, is that how long it takes? Yeah, 12 weeks. Russia declared rivalry. Russia have declared Sweden their rival. Their attitude towards Sweden is antagonistic. Oh. New journal entry. The romantic artistic movement advocates for the glorious past, knights, castles, pirates, forbidden nature, and lost heroes. Its appealing nature must be swiftly spread. Will complete if any Swedish buildings is art academy, has activated traditional arts. The workforce occupancy is greater or equal to 90%. Building level is greater than or equal to 2. Either through clicking on the hammer, on the tile, or on the hammer. Wait, what are we talking about? Which hammer? This hammer? Oh, okay, so... Yeah, cause I just felt like I couldn't click it when I had that on, but I don't know. No, it feels fine. Yeah. Clicking here does seem to, or maybe it opens up what you had open last. Yeah, okay, it does. Violent suppression. Yeah, let's do that. Regional actions. Diplomatic lens. Declare interest. Establish colony. Create army. Promote national values. Okay. Building is Arts Academy. Interests mean you can do wars there and other influence stuff? Yeah, yeah. Any Swedish building is Arts Academy. Development, agriculture, resource. So this is an urban building. That's where that goes. Yeah. This, and they have slots. Svealand has 12, because it's already taken. Skåne already has a bunch of stuff there. Let's build the Arts Academy in Norrland. And what else did it say? Nope. Has activated traditional art production method. The work. So is this part of the Arts Academy? So I have to like wait for this to finish before I can. Arts Academy. Oh, it shows up here immediately. Production method. All Arts Academy currently has traditional art. Yeah, it's already set to that. Yeah. Okay, so all we need to do is just wait now. British responds to opium ban. Or are they upset? Great Britain has responded angrily to the Qing ban on opium, with multiple threats towards the government of Great Qing. Hello, Suwalkal. You can always set different production methods for buildings, like when you improve your tech. Alright. Oh shit. That's not Denmark. What is this flag? This flag looks kind of bullshit. What's that? Journal. So we're just waiting for the Arts Academy. Let's see. Is it not being built? Doesn't look like it's being built. Click under the bricks. Here? Reduces a total of 15 construction. Oh, is it because... Oh, okay. It's because the rye farms are still being built. I thought the rye farms were finished. I see. Diego Gorostiaga, exiled from Chile. Wow. If you had more, you could build both? Alright. Ottoman Empire has gained foreign investment. New event? Huh? Oh, hello. Through the widespread introduction of the atmospheric engine in the mining industry, productivity is at an all-time high. When steam first began to pump, and wheels go round at so many revolutions per minute, what are called business habits were intended to make the life of man run in harmony with the steam engine, and his movement rival the engine in punctuality. I am sure we can squeeze a little more from these machines. Coal mines building throughput. Iron mines building throughput. Lead mines, sulfur mines building throughput. Utilizing atmospheric engines for 5 years. Sweden gets 3.5k progress on technology railways. Perhaps there is an even better way. 3.5k progress on technology water tube boiler. Rye farms. Sweden will conquer all with their high fiber diets, I suppose. Honestly, I have very little insight on like Swedish farming because we have no farms here where I live. I live up here, and we have fucking nothing here. We have forest. That's all we have. Like railways, I think sounds nice, but it's one of these things where it's like, if you don't have the iron and stuff, then with the railways, you can't make them anyway. So I'm just gonna go with the standard one here. It's a more, like, I don't know if I even have mines. Market, buildings. University, naval base, iron mines. We do have 7 iron mines. At least you have good literacy rate. Nice. Alright, let's get better iron mines for 5 years. The expansion of the rye farms in Götaland you ordered some time ago is now complete. The building can now support a larger workforce and produce more goods. You'll also no longer have to pay weekly material costs for the goods required in its expansion. The rate by which you can order the expansion of buildings across Sweden is limited by your construction sector, which can be expanded in exactly the same way as industries. Having construction sector buildings in the same state as the buildings under construction will increase construction efficiency. Why didn't I realize you were Swedish? Oh, you can't hear it on my extreme Swedish accent? Yeah, no, I don't think I sound that Swedish. I try very much to not sound Swedish. Just because I like practicing to read it in like a proper English or American accent. My literacy rate is 50.7. That's not that good. That's not... It is the 5th in the world. The 1800s was a different time, man. Russia starts with 10% or something. Okay. So do I have another? Change any production method on rye farms in Svealand, whose earnings could potentially be improved by changing a production method. For the purpose of this lesson, it is recommended that you change a relatively safe production method, such as activating fruit or liquor production on a farm, or the use of tools on a ranch. Okay. Chill. Relax. So we have rye farms. Harvesting production method. No? Wait. What does it want me to do? You change a relatively safe, such as activating fruit or liquor production on a farm, or the use of tools on a ranch. What? Okay, so you want me to change it to apple orchards? Then it's not... I'm so confused. This is a rye farm. Why are we making potatoes on the rye farm? Like, I'm not sure what's happening here. Maintain single crop? Is this like crop rotation or something? You wouldn't do crop rotation with apple orchards. You use less crops? Get food and sugar. With 50% and a pop of 2.8 mil, that means 1.4 mil of your people can read and write. China has 5%, but they got around 500 mil or so people. So if China killed all the illiterate people, that have a higher rate and higher count. Yeah. You use less crops and get food and sugar with the new. Yeah, I'm just kind of confused as what this means, right? Like, because it's a rye farm. So this is the base production method. Simple farming, goods produced, grain. Increased employment, farmers, laborers. Secondary production method. Goods produced, liquor. Minus grain. You use some crops to get something. Oh? I'm mostly just stuck at like the logic here. In terms of like, why? Like why is there potatoes here? And why are we using grains to get potatoes? But we're not using it to get potatoes. We're getting liquor from it. Yeah. But I mean, I mean not from like a game mechanics point of view. I mean from like a logic point of view. Just don't really understand, I suppose. Why this is on a rye farm? I guess it's just like diversifying the rye farm, I guess. And you can just turn this, you can just turn it off and just get grain. Oh, okay. I understand. It's not actually that we're using grain to like get potatoes. It's just that we're using up space on the rye farm to get potatoes. It's just okay. I get it. Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. I figured it out. So now we're just waiting for the Arts Academy. The Norrland Arts Academy. Now you only did it for the farms in Götaland. Was I supposed to do it for more farms? Yeah. The new in Svealand. It's supposed to be in Svealand. No, it's in Svealand. And here, there's still potatoes. Yeah. No, that should be good, right? You can do it like that, but in theory, if you want to change all farms, you can use this. It would be rural. Rye farms. And then here you can switch it all here. Expand. Rye farms. Oh! 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 No! Why is there no minus button there? Alright. The 2 arrows mean that there's... Yeah, exactly. It's like branching. I understand. Pin that. Solomon von Rothschild has been sent into exile. Tools. Minus. 4 weeks. If you somehow conquer Finland and Denmark, you can form the Scandinavian Union. Of course. Of course, that's just how it's supposed to be. That's what we did in Terra Invicta. And then the aliens took over China and everything went to shit. Greetings, Spider Pig. No more Desert Milkman? Well, I'll probably go back to playing Vagrus. I just wanted to try Victoria 3 for a little bit. You must first conquer Finland, which is a Russian vassal. Oh, yeah. That'll be rough. Retake, free them from the Russian yoke. So true. I believe right now Russia is stronger than you. Probably. Especially with Finland there. Hey, we just need him to, we just need to foment a rebellion so that there can be a civil war here, and then Finland can break away from Russia, and the second they do, we conquer them. Now you're a mountain milkman? Well, Sweden isn't actually that mountainous. We just have like the ridge here. We call it the fjällen. Nobody lives there. It's just we just go there for like skiing. Also, they're allied with Prussia and Austria. Right now you're mountainous because you own Norway. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, that's why the flag is sullied. That maybe. I guess. I think Denmark's still pissed about that. Don't worry, they'll take oh, we're festing down here. What is the festing? Boohoo's festing? Is that the one? Yeah, it's Boohoo's festing. Where the fuck is Boohoo's? Boohoo's. Okay, it's at Gothenburg. So there should be a fort here. The Kalmar Union shall never emerge again. I don't know what that is. I actually don't know history like at all. It was my worst subject in school, I think. Wait, how's the art thing going? The Kalmar Union was a union. True, dude. Kalmarunionen var en skandinavisk union mellan kungarikena Danmark, Norge och Sverige som existerade mellan år 1397 och den 6 juni 1523. All right. Cool. Sweden and Norway were under Danish rule. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. We don't want that. We can't let that happen. How's my is my art thing done yet? Yeah, okay. The play for power. Magnus Brahe, leader of the armed forces, has made a remarkable play for power in the capital in order to secure a spot for armed forces within the government. However, it's not entirely clear if they should be rewarded for their novel tactics. There's only one light in the street that leads to the armed forces headquarters. There's also only one light inside. There, Magnus Brahe relaxes among the sumptuous mahogany furniture and velvet cushions. The lamp is identical to those that have been sent from the east. The ends justify the means, and our means are very, very justified. It's difficult to not believe him when he offers an inviting seat by his side. Alright. Now your arts academy has no people working there. Either you wait and hope or subsidize the academy. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't really, I feel like this just came out of nowhere. Armed Forces gets supported power scheme for 5 years. 25% interest group political strength. Armed Forces gets foiled scheme for 5 years. Minus 25% interest group political strength. Minus 2 interest group approval. Yeah. I mean, I can respect it. I can respect it. Let's militarize Sweden and become a horrible, horrible dictatorship. That sounds good. Let's go with that. You said something about my arts academy. Actually, let me... Fuck mousepad. It's too annoying when I need to move outside of the screen. Either you wait and hope or subsidize the academy. Oh. Subsidize. And then this is like a... Input goods subsidy required. So this button... Unsubsidized... Oh, okay. Oh, this is the subsidized button. I was like, does this just like hide it or something? No, this is actually the subsidized button. Meaning you let it be owned by people, you pay people to get the building. And they recruit people for you. Yeah. It's like the elite. You sell the building to a private person? I mean, isn't this just... I mean... This can boost buildings which don't get workers. I mean, subsidying is just diverting national funds to run it, right? So it's just gonna make my money go down a little bit. Yeah. But doing with a lot would ruin an economy. Yeah. Do we really not have any iron mines up here? I need an iron mine up in the north. We were done building anyway. But before we do that, so let's see. Urban buildings. Furniture, motor industries, resource, agriculture, development, construction. There. I figure, like, why wouldn't you want to have a construction sectors everywhere? Alright, Shadow Gamer, thanks for dropping by, dude. Have a good day. Maybe see you around. Who knows? Construction site. Maybe even Skåne gets a district construction site, even though it is as tiny and feeble as it is. How much work does it need, though? Three weeks. It wasn't that bad. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Expand a productive building. Expand the arms industries in Scania. Yeah, I think that's better. Arms. Arms industries in Scania. There. And that's gonna be part of this then. Scania doesn't have a construction sector, so let's finish the Scania construction sector, then the arms industries in Scania, and then we continue doing this. Sounds good. Okay, so the green thing is a week. There's a lot of stuff on the screen. We're currently minus balance. Wait, where did that come from? Is that because of the subsidy or because I'm building tons of shit? Wooden buildings, iron frame buildings, steel frame, arc welded buildings. Okay. This is 58 weeks. That's insane. An agitator appears. Svante Blomqvist has appeared in Sweden. Supports Protestant traditionalist movement. What the fuck? Hello, Kibs. I'm gonna suppress him. Otto Holland exiled. Okay, but so like this constructing this is gonna take forever. 35 weeks? We really want to just do the arms industries right now? I mean, maybe. Even, or hold on. Do they not have like any workers at the, oh yeah, we do. I guess the construction sector doesn't have any workers yet. Is that it? No, they do have some, 25% employment. So we just have to wait for this to fill up if we don't subsidize it. Well, I mean, they're filling up the vacancies. Right? And this seems to rapidly go down every time they hire people. So I do think the construction sector is a good #1 thing to get in each area. Now we have 17. Can you split this? Or is that just what it's gonna be like? Money. I don't really know what to think of this. My balance is negative, but it seems like it's like fine. I don't know. We can go to our arts academy and stop subsidizing it, maybe. I don't think it was really that important to get the employment in. But we do have that there now. It's filled. Okay, that went down a lot instantly. Swedish-Prussian Association. The Swedish-Prussian Association has offered us an opportunity to establish a defensive pact with Prussia. I don't know what Prussia is, I'm sorry. The lobby has offered to use their connections to smooth the negotiation process. The negotiation, done under the table with a representative of the Prussian government, has been long and arduous. The Prussian representative knew they were dealing with a group without power to match theirs, and had adjusted their strategy accordingly. Nonetheless, they had come to an agreement. Nothing in writing, but that was hardly important. When the government sent the official copy, if they did, they would find that there was already a drafted response waiting in Berlin. Prussia is northern Poland and part of northern Germany, basically. Yeah, I kind of had an inkling that it was kind of Germany-ish, but I kind of hate like Eastern Europe, because every single country is like named Russia. It's like, in some way or form, it's like Russia, Prussia, White Russia, and you know, like a million countries like that. It's but yeah, they gotta come up with something new. Come on. What do we have here? Mecklenburg. Excuse me? Hanover. Bavaria, Saxony. This is all weird. Carlist, Spain. 2 Sicilies. What? Papal States. Wallachia. That doesn't exist anymore, does it? I don't think Wallachia is a modern country. Austria. What do we have here? Saxe Weimar. Wait, Weimar. Schwarzburg. Saxe Coburg Gotha. Saxe Meiningen. Hesse Kassel. Hesse. Waldeck. Nassau. Russia means land of the Swedes, by the way. Okay. Soon it will. Soon it will. House construction. Arms industries. Went up in how long it's going to take. Why? Did we run out of goods? Financial districts in Götaland will expand trade center in Svealand. Waiting for funding. Oh. The Swedish-Prussian Association has offered us an opportunity to establish a defensive pact with Prussia. I mean... against Russia, I guess. Originally, Rus was rowers, meaning our Viking ancestors who went down the rivers and settled in areas around Kiev, forming the Kievan Rus. It's why Sweden is called Ruotsi in Finnish too. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't even know Sweden was called that in Finnish. I actually have never heard them call it anything, to be honest. Rus. I mean, I do think it's prudent to join in a defensive pact with Prussia. Let's do that. Russia is therefore the land of the rowers, Swedes. And we have casus belli, 2 more. Okay. The Götaland Political Union. Organizers affiliated with the radical movement. That sounds bad. Have founded an organization devoted to fostering popular participation in politics in the Götaland region. The direct cause of our land's woes, the speaker proclaimed, is the concentration of power within a class which is predisposed to idleness and conspiracy. It is our duty then to collect the efforts of the industrious classes against their manipulations, and bring them to a great moral confrontation. A contest of political truth and right against political despoliation and wrong. Why are they Chinese? It was a good sentiment, thought one listener, if one was predisposed to charity. If one was not, he dreaded to think of how poorly one could interpret such a conspiracy. Hello, Sonic Nitro. How's it going? Correction, our Wiccan ancestors and shit. Okay. The radical movement. What is this? Activism agitating. Core movement ideology. Radical. I don't think radical is an ideology. They support parliamentary republic, public schools, guaranteed liberties, census suffrage, universal suffrage, right of assembly, free speech, protected speech, guaranteed liberties, National Guard, public schools. They don't support the monarchy, theocracy, council republic, corporate state, oligarchy, anarchy. Well, at least they don't support anarchy. That's something, I suppose. Single party state, autocracy, technocracy. Honestly, what the hell is a technocracy? Does that even make sense? The nation is governed by an unelected council of men of reason and ability. Oh, okay. Technocracy is a system of governance where decision-making power is held by technical experts such as engineers, scientists, and economists, rather than elected politicians. Okay. Well. Let's shut these guys down. I don't like all this democracy bullshit. Let's suppress these guys. Yep, let's shut them down. Shut it down. None of that. Suppress. We're suppressing them. Alright. Expand. Oh, did we finish? No, it's... Patronize romanticism. Lobby opportunity. Yeah, we did that. Cash reserves. Can establish a new company. We have only established 0 out of 1 companies we're able to support. Establish company. Forestry Syndicate of Sweden. Svealand Premium Metals. Let's establish the forestry industry. Just because. Establish the Forestry Syndicate of Sweden Company in Svealand. To this new company, the following building levels will be transferred. Logging camps, 5 levels owned by 3 levels financial districts in Svealand, 2 levels workforce. What? Is this like denationalizing the industry? I think that's what this is supposed to be. Logging camps level 5. Sure, whatever. East India Company. They're big. Hudson's Bay Company. Friedrich Krupp. Société Anonyme John Cockerill. Belgium. Do they speak like French in Belgium? Or is Belgian like French-y? I actually don't really know anything about Belgium. Alright, so now we're waiting 27 weeks for the arms industries. Belgium speaks French, German, and Dutch. Damn, that's a lot. Mats Kronestedt has appeared in Sweden. Supports liberal movement. They're kind of neutral on free speech. They support the National Guard, guaranteed liberties, protected speech, universal suffrage, census suffrage, wealth voting. Men of more wealth are granted more votes. And landed voting. Literate men of particular status is given a vote. Why do they support all of these things when universal suffrage is like mutually exclusive with all of these things? I guess they're just like okay with whichever they can get or something. Okay, so it costs authority to suppress. So if I suppress this, now we're basically like losing. Maybe we stop suppressing these guys. Are these guys based? Religious schools, charity hospitals, state religion, legal guardianship. I mean, I don't know. They're a little cringe too, but freedom of conscience. We can stop suppressing these guys just so that we have a bunch of authority. But the authority doesn't actually save up. It's like this is how much excess we have. And do we gain anything from having an excess? Or should I actually spend it? Make Sweden great again? That's right. Power block. Wait, where was that? Diplomacy? No. Population, society. Countries. Politics. Where are groups? Technology is spreading in Holstein. Okay. Budget, military, diplomacy. Religions, classes, cultures. I mean, it's gotta be politics, right? Government. Interest groups. Trade unions. Opposition. We're a monarchy. Institutions. Laws. Where are the other interest groups? Where are those interest groups that I saw? Political movements. Is it this? Svante och Mats. Political lobbies. Political movement. movement. So, where the fuck do you find movements? Like, I guess it is this. Yeah, it's all. This is all of them. Okay. I understand. So it's just in politics, yeah. Enforcing military access in United Tribes. What's the United Tribes? Zoom the camera. United Tribes. Where the fuck is that? That's New Zealand. New South Wales, North Island, South Island. New South Wales, Wati. Swedish tension with Wati. Oh no, never mind. It just said calm. Beijing. I really want to play China, I'll be honest. I really want to play China. But let's go with Sweden first. Faith knows no borders. The Church of Sweden wishes to strengthen our ties to Denmark through our shared faith. This is a little difficult. Strengthening ties with Denmark? Attitude wary. Our army is number 40. Denmark. Number 56. They have 1 fleet. We have 18. Intelligentsia. The intellectuals leading the nation's trends in literature, art, music, and theater. Nation above +2 interest group approval. Oh? Okay, I think I get it. This is basically supporting the cultural elite. And eat waffles? Who, the Danish? Or what are we talking about? Anti-slavery? Huh? Belgium? Oh, okay. Maybe that's true. I'm gonna support the church. Mainly because I think it is the politically smart move. They speak, eat waffles. True. Expand a productive building completed. Oh, shit! Oh, we need to level up the art academy to 2. I missed that part. Lobby. I mean, hello? Oh, I have to do a diplomatic action. Political, diplomatic lens. Declare interest. No. Diplomatic action. What? Join power block? No. State actions. Defensive pact. Huh? Russia, diplomatic actions. Treaties. Am I retarded? What am I supposed to do? Establish a defensive pact. Their efforts will increase Prussian receptiveness to this diplomatic action, but window for this opportunity will open for only a limited time. Any Swedish treaty. Prussia is bound to the treaty. Any article. The article is a defensive pact. Okay, so draft a treaty. Defensive pact. You want some fish? They don't want fish. Actually, they hate fish. They didn't want fish at all. Clippers, they want ships, fabric. How much do I have? 211? The Prussian market is massive. From too high quantity of fabric. What? Okay, so you can see they've got thumbs down, thumbs up. Fine, they like fine art. Furniture. Hardwood. Small arms. Oh. Keep your fermented fish, sweet man. I will. I will, thank you. Thank you very much. Law commitment. What is... Hello? They don't give a shit about my loss. Man, what do you want from me then? Investment rights. Like, this is impossible. They want, like, everything. Investment rights. Isn't that, like, really bad? Yeah, that's terrible. That's really bad. Add addendum article. What is that? That's for gotta be for like multiplayer or something. I don't know. Select company, Friedrich Group. Add company monopoly article. Money transfer. They like money. What do you mean per week? I can't give you 4K per week for 26 approval. No subventions. I feel like this is bullshit. Like, fuck you. Alright. What else? Increase market access by decree. Issue road maintenance decree in Scania. Market access is dropped below 100%, causing adverse price conditions. Improve this by issuing road maintenance decree in Scania. Decrees. Road maintenance. Alright, done. What next? 6 unproductive building. Improve earnings of livestock ranches in Götaland. Try and resolve this problem. It's not bringing in sufficient revenue compared to its expenses to stay competitive. In livestock ranches in Götaland. Uh-huh. What? Open air stockyards. Butchering tools. I mean, do I even have tools? Like, the tools are red. But I guess that's just because it's consumption. Tools. Slaughterhouse. Well, we can try butchering tools. I don't really know if we have enough tools. Götaland has a shortage of tools. So that's not gonna help. So then we'd need to construct tools. Where do tools come from? Tooling workshops. Wood and iron consumed. But that also means that we would have to Undo the livestock ranch. Change. Like, do I just expand it? I don't really understand what they want, what we're talking about. It's not bringing in sufficient revenue compared to its expenses to stay competitive. They need a productivity of at least 5. Okay. It's got a productivity of 4.3. So it's still making money, but all right. Bolster a political movement. Absolutist movement. What is an absolutist? They love the monarchy. They love autocracy. They love oligarchy. They love landed voting. They love appointed bureaucrats. Hereditary bureaucrats. Traditionalism. Interventionism. They hate cooperative owning, command economy, extraction economy. They hate a laissez-faire. What the fuck is that? A liberal economy founded on the principles of comparative advantage and that fewer government interventions means greater growth. Oh. Industry banned. An economic view that rejects heavy industry and automation, preferring the fruits of honest labor over soulless machinery. Oh no, that's not good. But it's good that they oppose that. But yeah, I guess we need to bolster these guys, but that means that I need to stop suppressing someone else. And I guess we can stop suppressing these guys. And let me go back here. Swedish supremacist movement. Oh, what is this? A Swedish ethno-state. National supremacy. Racial segregation. Closed borders. Migration controls. Cultural exclusion. No migration controls. Alright. The peasant movement. Land reform. Collectivized agriculture. Homesteading. The petite bourgeois will attract middle strata pops employed in rural buildings. Asking the Danish question? Yes. Yeah, we'll support the absolutists. That sounds good. Subjecthood. All right. Improve access to consumer goods. Many of your pops in Scania are reporting that they are having a hard time getting access to fabric. Alleviating these pains for your pops would increase standard of living. Fabric in Scania is less than 20% more expensive than base price. I like how some of these have like, tell me how, tell me why, and some of them just don't. And this one is one of those that are like, Yeah, maybe that would be useful, bro. Fabric. It's time to take Africa and North America. That's very far, bro. It's produced by livestock. Okay, so if we fix the livestock ranch, fabrics might improve. Is that what you're saying? So we need to build... We're building iron mines. But if we build a tooling workshop here in half a year, then we can improve our farms by making them use tools. Hillard Schiller, exiled from Grand Duchy of Finland. Then take England, become Viking. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Right now I'm trying to take the tutorial. Hopefully we can manage. Potential. The Red Scare. The Hungry 30s. Scandinavia. Empire. Okay, so then... So we need 3 more regions. Zeeland. 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 Where the fuck is Zeeland? Show me! Oh, there. It's there. This is Zeeland. Huh. Okay, I didn't know that. Åland. Oulu. Ustrobotnia. Jutland. Alright. So we don't actually have to take like a whole huge amount. Form Scandinavia. Um... 14 weeks. Increase market access by decree. Yeah, we finished that. I don't really understand how to really tell anything so far. Like, yeah, we can improve, like, something. But I don't really understand why I would know to improve that, right? If that makes sense. Like, maybe this means something. Like, maybe you don't want a high price of grain in Svealand. And maybe that's like a sign that, yeah, we maybe should have better fishing or whatever. We're building an iron mine up here. We do have mines up here, so I think that's smart. I think we finished making all of the construction, but the construction probably should be expanded. Actually, we haven't been looking at Norway at all, so What about Norway? Like, I haven't been paying attention to that. Overview. Infrastructure. Minus 12, using 12 of 22. North Sea fishing. Plus 20 fishing industry throughput. Hardangerfjorden. Is oil like not a thing yet? Power plants. Oh, 1 week to tooling workshop. All right. Organizers affiliated with the radical movement have embarked on a focused campaign to inspire support for universal suffrage in Svealand. Residents of every region in the world like to say that their home has a long and unique history of tight-knit community. The organizer almost agreed. The problem was, of course, that said community often did not extend to outsiders. He had been thrown out of his ear more times than he could count, but he persisted nonetheless. If he could introduce the right phrase into the right circles, perhaps even an idea that had been rejected out of hand at first would begin to find purchase. There are plenty of willing ears in Svealand. Radical movement gets local organizing efforts. Svealand gets local organizing efforts. They must be concerned with far more grounded things. Svealand gets local organizing efforts for 2 years. Okay, so it's like, do you want them to get a lot of support or just a little bit of support? Let's go with a little bit of support. We don't like those guys. Damn hippies and their democracy. The accession of Oscar the First. With the end of Karl Johan's reign, Oscar Bernadotte has ascended to the Swedish throne as Oscar the First, King of Sweden and Norway. His reign is hoped by many to hail a new era of reform. The Archbishop anointed the king on his forehead, chest, temples, and wrists, saying, "The Almighty God pour out his Holy Spirit into your soul and mind, plans and undertakings, by whose gift may you so rule land and kingdom, as to redound to the honor and glory of God, maintain justice and equity, and be for the good of the land and people." The king then rose and resumed his seat on his throne. Now Oscar Bernadotte has been crowned King of the Swedes, Geats and Wends. He and no other. Long live the king. Isn't Bernadotte like a German line? Yeah. Yeah, I think the queen is a Bernadotte. I'm not sure. Like, right now. I'm not sure. Make interest group happy. Approval of rural folk is greater or equal to +2. The rural folk seem to have a low approval of our government. We should keep them happy to avoid any potential of them becoming radicalized. How do I do this? The rural folk. Oosh. Help? What do you want me to do? They want me to enact racial segregation. Segregating from what? There's nothing to segregate. You live in fucking Sweden. In 1838. Who do you want to segregate? The Danes? The Norwegians? Maybe the Finnish, I guess? Or like the Sami? I don't know. Frontier colonization. They want this? The wild frontiers on our borders are ripe for settlement if they can first be pacified and tamed. The Finns? Always the Finns? At least one of these. Sweden is company. Sweden is... What do you mean Sweden is company? Sweden is colonial country. Any decentralized nation is adjacent to Sweden. Any Swedish state. Gotland is a homeland for primary culture of Sweden. I mean, I don't think we're colonial, right? Dedicated police force. Like, I feel like citizen subjecthood. The state defines its people foremostly as subjects of a sovereign, making little effort to encourage any official nationality. Cultures are largely left to their own devices within their own communities. Agrarianism, a rural economy emphasizing agricultural development and community. Advance, what does that mean? No, open it. Oh, for... Advance. Enactment advance indicates the percentage chance that the enactment process of a law will advance somehow at the next checkpoint, even if it won't complete or progress to the next phase yet. It is derived from the enactment's base success chance. I don't know what that means. +1 free company charters. Private construction allocation, government dividends, nationalization investment return. Disable nationalization without compensation. Let's enact an agrarianism. So I didn't actually see who... This menu is a little bugged. Who is against this? Great. Wait. Interventionism. To ensure the stability of our nation, government must curb the worst excesses of private businesses. So that's an active law. But what does that... Traditionalism. These aren't like economic system. So are these like mutually exclusive? This one will get overridden by agrarianism. Is that how this is going to work? Industry banned sounds so retarded. This is like North Korea or something. Rural folk, help, help. Landowners like this, sure. Opposed. Trade unions, industrialists. Lars Johan Hierta. Market liberal. I mean, they're not even that against, but... Armed forces. Alright. Well, whatever. Let's see what happens. Well, let's see what happens. And... Change current health system. Hello, Basher. How's it going? There is a surplus in our bureaucracy. We should look to passing a law that will allow us to invest this surplus back into our pups. Sweden does not have no health system enacted. Law. That would be politics, right? Law. Human rights. Economy. Policing, health system. First time playing? Pretty much, yeah. Practically first time. I did like half the tutorial some other time, like a year and a half ago. But yeah, pretty much first time. Charity hospitals. I mean, that's the only thing we can get here, right? But even so, we're already progressing on agrarianism, so we can't do that. So right now... What just happened? Why did they become happy? We didn't finish enacting agrarianism. Is it just the fact that I introduced it that made them happy? Okay, so okay. So even if it doesn't like go through, they'll still be happy that I tried. Okay. Noblesse oblige. 20% aristocrat investment pool contribution efficiency. Since this interest group is powerful, their interest group traits have 100% stronger effect. If you cancel it, they will go angry. Yeah. Understandable. Ranch throughput. I mean, that kind of... Doesn't that kind of fix the ranch issue here? Yeah, this needed to be 5. Or did it just need to be above 5? Yeah, okay, that's fixed. But, okay, we got the tools. So, if we then go to the livestock, and we then do butchering tools, and hopefully then, because I have tooling workshops down here, they will be able to use tools at the livestock ranch. Maybe? Manor houses. What does this mean? Manor houses is unable to hire. Does that matter? Locations of factories in your country will also affect prices. Yeah, I that's why I made the tooling workshop down in Götaland, where the livestock ranch is. So I figured that would mean that it wouldn't need to travel so far. It's a private building. They invest on other private buildings for their construction. What, the manor house? Or... Well, so much for that. I just wanted to open it, see if it had like a description or something. If you hold the mouse on its image, the property portfolio will tell you which buildings they have built. Oh, this? Subsistence pastures. Iron mines. 5 levels of iron. 5 levels is owned by manor houses in Svealand. Rye, two rye farms, 1 whaling station. Okay. This part is very complicated. I'll be honest. Financial districts in Svealand will expand artillery foundry. Have very bad balance. What is... Is that because I keep constructing? Yeah, they're temporary construction goods, yeah. So... The productivity of the livestock ranches in Götaland has recovered, paving the way for either increased wages, dividends, or both. Of course, you could always capitalize on the increase by raising taxes instead, before the workforce gets used to the financial improvements. By checking up on your building's productivity from time to time to make adjustments, you can ensure you have a good mix of buildings and that you're not missing out on opportunities. Okay. If you construct buildings, the construction goods will be bought from the national treasure. Right, so once I finish this arts academy, we should chill for a while. And let our balance recover. So we don't go too much into debt, but... We have an authority... -100 from collecting consumption taxes on liquor. Yeah, I think that's probably necessary. From road maintenance in Scania. Fractional distillation unlocked. Unlocks patent stills for food industries. Sugar beets for rye farms. Sugar beets for wheat farms. Steam-powered mills for sugar plantations. Leads to baking powder, rubber mastication. Sugar. Patent stills. Food industries. Liquor. Different production methods, you should also check on that, helps your economy grow. Yeah, I just don't really know. Because that's one of those things where it's like... I don't really know what to do with that. Because it's like, yeah, it's potatoes. So what? You know? Like... Yeah, liquor total 28 pounds. Sugar beets... Like, I don't really understand what the benefit of doing any of these really is. Like, so is it just like, I should just get the most amount of money out of it? More or less. Setting this to an apple orchard, predicted productivity 2.3, so it would be worse. The most expensive ones are the ones you should produce. I mean, that's straightforward enough, right? In that case, potatoes seem to be the best thing here. But the wooden box on the left... Coffee, yeah, we're not producing that. Tea. Meat. Liquor. Furniture. Clothes. Fabric. Paper. Yeah, so like a high market price means that there's a demand, which means that that's a good thing to maybe start investing into. Like here we have tools, so building more tool factories could be a good idea. I don't think we're in percussion cap. Unlocks munition plants. Rifling. Okay. Yeah, like coffee. I don't know if there's like it would make sense if there were like growth zones. So like maybe growing coffee in Sweden doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because it wouldn't. But we should build furniture. Well, I after we build the Arts Academy, I want to let the money meter chill out on the red. General staff is spreading. Knowledge of general staff. Having a set of officers to act as a conduit between the high command and the troops themselves. Allows for greater communication and effectiveness. Hello. No. What is this? There's a light bulb. Help. What's a light bulb? Is that what I'm researching? Going the early IKEA build with the furniture. I mean, I think everybody needs furniture, right? That's probably a good idea. Central banking. Psychiatry. Anarchist society. What does that even mean? Anarchy law. Local communities govern their own affairs and send representatives to serve limited terms on larger cooperative councils with no formal hierarchies. Central authority is difficult to exercise. It's so retarded. This is basically like the EU on a local scale. But instead of it being like Sweden going to the EU, it's like your dad going to the government to speak for like you and the other 5 houses in your neighborhood. Canneries, crystal glass. But yeah, apparently psychiatry. I don't think anarchy would have regulations. I mean, it's this kind of thing. Like, it really depends, right? What the fuck they mean by the thing. Because it's just like any other ideology, you know. It's not necessarily like exactly the same. Even if you say like liberalism, that could mean like 10 different things between different people or different countries. So like anarchism can also mean different things. Like but it's just such a weird ideology. Like it makes some sense. Like I don't think it's completely senseless, but I think it's just like wishful thinking, because it's like I'm just imagining like my town that I live in, like completely governing itself. And like, holy shit, that would be so ass. It would make like the country so weird. Like everywhere you go, you'd also have to have... You need to like observe like local laws just in different towns. And stuff like that. It would be so weird. I mean, it depends, right? Because if there's no central authority, then you can't have state laws, really. So it's like it's more like the country becomes a series of like trade unions. It's so weird. It's so weird. I almost want to do it just because it's so weird, but let's just finish this psychiatry because it's almost done. Enacting agrarianism takes 2 months to see if it succeeds or stalls, or doesn't it kind of work like that in America with counties having different laws and extra taxes? I mean, I think it's kind of this, honestly, like most of these kind of state ideologies are kind of the same. It's just like the amount, right? And, you know, so it's like I said, this is kind of like in Europe you have countries, and within the country you have local counties, and we have like county elections, and in the county doesn't enact like local laws, but they enact like local policies, and they like handle investment, and they might change things like how many crossroads are on the streets and shit like that, right? And then you have the state, and the state enacts state law, which all of the counties have to adhere to. And then you have the EU, where we only have like representative, like we only have a representative part in the EU. Like we don't have direct voting or anything like that for the EU. So this is kind of like if you take that and you just like reduce it down a level so that the state becomes kind of like the EU. Except, I guess, less so. And then the counties become the state. more or less. It's just about the scale, I feel like. But yeah. Something like that. Who knows? Central banking unlocked. Wow, I didn't even know we were researching it. Unlocks fund lobbies. Actually, isn't there a setting? Show nudity. No, let's turn that off. But can't you make it pause when there's a thing that happens? Pause and pop up on event. There. Yes. A donation of knowledge. Lars Johan Hjerta has offered to spend some of their personal wealth to fund the creation of a university in Götaland, though this will likely give the industrialists some influence. Plutocratic. I mean, sure. Creates a size 1 university in Götaland. Sure, go for it, bro. Welcome back. Ooh, should I make some tea or something? Not sure. Fixed capacity deficit. Fixed capacity deficit. Grow GDP. This is an open-ended task that makes use of all that you have learned about buildings, markets, and trade to grow the gross domestic product of your country. Building buildings, growing your population, tweaking production methods, and manipulating market prices are all potential ways to grow your gross domestic product. Okay. Do we want to fix this? More GDP equals more money? Yeah. I just thought the sound was funny there. We can stop suppressing the Liberal Party just to get our authority up. Art of doing nothing. Though previously opposing the agrarianism law, Svante Blomqvist has considered the landowner's political position and instead offers support. While speaking with constituents on matters of law, one must first master the art of appearing to do nothing, while you do everything behind whispers and masked men. Indubitably. Keep a sharp eye, they're up to something. Who is Svante Blomqvist? The Protestant Traditionalist Movement. Yeah, sure, welcome their support. Why not? We finished building the Arts Academy of Norrland, so now we just wait for that to hire people, and we wait for that to finish, and then we wait for our money to recover. It's taking really long to pass agrarianism. It was said it was taking 2 months, but negotiate with interest groups. What does that mean? Indifferent, Church of Sweden. Opposing industrialists. I mean, it feels like it would be easier to deal with people who are more on the fence. Your capacity has returned to positive balance. Nice work. Ensuring you maintain at least a small excess in each capacity is always a good idea, as it protects you from unexpected deficits and gives you a minor bonus. But don't overdo it, since the benefit you gain from allocating the capacity is usually more valuable than the bonus you get from the excess, and it is often possible to withdraw allocations to return to a positive balance. After several rounds of terse correspondence, the Church of Sweden have met with the King's representative and outlined their demands. All legislation, all government, all societies founded upon the principle of mutual concession, politeness, comity, courtesy. Upon these everything is based. Let him who elevates himself above humanity, above its weaknesses, its infirmities, its wants, its necessities, say, if he pleases, I will never compromise. But let no one who is not above the frailties of our common nature disdain compromises. What do they want? Lowering taxes. We commit to leave taxes at low or very low for 4 years. Failure will significantly radicalize the Church of Sweden. However, penalties will be reduced if we partially achieve the commitment. Let's add some fine print about political concessions. What does that mean? This law extends certain political concessions to interest groups which assisted its passage. +2 government interest group approval. +30% interest group political strength. That's just permanent? Vow to improve the lives of the common people. We will commit to increasing the average standard of living of Sweden to 12.3 within 7.5 years. Failure will significantly radicalize the Church of Sweden. However, penalties will be reduced, blah, 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 blah. Sure. That's kind of what I was doing anyway. Development in Norrland is putting a strain on the local labor supply. There is plenty of available labor elsewhere in the Swedish market. Encouraging migration to Norrland could help us with this matter. The migration rate is also affected by factors like the available infrastructure in the state. Migration can only happen if there are POPs available and willing to emigrate. POPs will only consider emigrating if they're sufficiently dissatisfied. For instance, if their standard of living is lower than the average in their market or if they are unemployed. POPs who arrive to a state with no other POPs of the same culture will form a cultural community and get a temporary penalty to their acceptance. Increase population by 10k in Norrland. Tell me how. A state will be an attractive target for migration if the average standard of living is high. It's Norrland, bro. POPs will move from states with lower migration attraction to those with higher migration attraction in the same market. There are several migration map modes to activate. Next to the lenses. Migration. Migration attraction. It's actually high? Okay, so we don't need to do anything, it's just fixing itself right now. I guess. Hover any state to see its migration attraction breakdown. The POP's standard of living depends on many factors. The foremost among them are wealth, which in turn depends on how high their wages are, compared to the cost of their POP needs. However, the average standard of living value for any of the stratas to see if they're above their minimum expected standard of living or not. What? Average minimum expected, struggling, 6.8. Wait, isn't impoverished better than struggling then? Is higher number better? Yeah. But I think Norland basically needs like a... If a state's natural migration attraction is insufficient, you can increase it artificially by issuing a greener grass campaign decree. A decree. Do I need that? I don't need that though. But sure, we can do that. You can see how large of an effect the greener grass campaign has on migration attraction, and the projected migration to/from the state in the migration attraction tooltip. Okay. Subsistence farms. What is a subsistence farm? This is a subsistence building, which is a highly inefficient building that appears when there is unused arable land in a state. As soon as you start exploiting the potential it is using, this building will automatically get downsized. Okay. So we need to increase agriculture. We need agriculture. I want furniture manufactories. We might want like 2 livestocks. We might need a trade. Shipyard. No, it was... Where did I see it? Trade. Trade center. I think it's probably a good thing. The railway is important for Norrland, but we're not there technologically yet. Government administration. But like in agriculture, is this where rye farms are? Or can you can't make... I can't make rye farms here. We can only do... livestock ranches. What's up with that? The iron mine is not doing very good. They're apparently... Well, no, they have 77% employees. Hiring more will decrease productivity. Do they... Maybe... Are they missing something? They're missing tools or something? But why is productivity lower? Like, it was 11 and now it's 8, but why? Was it just because of they didn't have enough workers? The wages are based on its economic situation. In order to attract more pops to the workforce, its weekly balance should be improved. You can influence this by either making the goods it consumes cheaper, or by making the goods it produces more expensive. This is done by increasing or decreasing supply and demand on the Swedish market. You can guarantee that the workforce is paid a competitive wage by subsidizing the building. This will keep it afloat by using money from the Swedish treasury if necessary. So, the children, they yearn for the mines, that is true. So, in order to increase the profitability of the iron mine, we need industry that utilizes iron, basically. Let's make these livestock ranches, and then we'll see. So, let's see here. Industrial goods. Iron, kinda high. Tools, high. Silk, super high, but I don't even know how to make silk. Artillery. Yeah, we need to make furniture, we need to make tools. The question is, I feel like early on you want to have industry everywhere. Like, you want to have tools in every you want to have everything everywhere. That's how things were back in the day. And once you start introducing like railroads and stuff, you can then start to compartmentalize things more, and you can like downsize like tool industry in Norrland, for example, and scale it up somewhere else. Because the more infrastructure becomes developed, the more it makes sense to centralize production and stuff like that. The Arts Academy of Norrland has experienced an increasing interest in the Romantic movement, with some of our greatest artists producing genuine masterpieces. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf the sacred river ran, through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Kubla Khan. We will show the world how romanticism is done. But could you make it a bit more realistic? Arts Academy building throughput. Yeah, sure. Whatever. But yeah, let's just wait for this. I don't think we can really do anything except just wait for this to finish, because Norrland needs food production before they can industrialize. Here we also need livestock ranches. I don't think it makes sense to not have livestock ranches. I keep forgetting that we have Norway too. But wait, is Norway, so wait, Norway is different. Is it? They have foreign investment here. So this is me investing in a foreign country. But it's like Norway is it's an incorporated state. So it's so how does that work? Do they have like their own leader in some fashion? Like how certain cities in China make like 80% of goods for certain products or industries? Yeah. But I mean, in case of China, they make like, it's like that, they do that for like the entire world for some things. So yes. I mean, we even ship like fish over to China just so that they can like process them and send them back. Which is a little bit extreme. Like, I don't think that's a good thing, but it is an example of like how it is like the case, right? Norway. No, we are the king over Norway. But like, how does this work? State in Norway. State in Sweden. Sweden. Eastern Norway. Because Norway has a different GDP. We can draft a treaty with Norway. I mean, they're basically a vassal, right? More or less. Like, we're literally a kingdom. So Norway would be like a vassal state or something? Norway's liberty desire as a personal union. Two countries with the monarchy law may be joined together in a personal union subject and a subject type where the overlord's ruler is the head of state in both countries. The subject cannot start their own diplomatic place, yet are forced to join their overlord's wars. The diplomatic pact will break if the overlord abolishes the monarchy. Decrease autonomy. In liberty desire is less than 25. So we need to get this down somehow. Radicalism. Loyalists from political movements. Interactions. So how can we humiliation. Demand humiliation. Reduces the prestige of Norway and prevents them from opposing Sweden in diplomatic place for 60 months. That doesn't sound like it's gonna make them happier with us. Overlord actions. Exempt from service. Grant own market. Offer knowledge sharing. Grant investment rights. Minus 0.05 weekly liberty desire. Knowledge sharing. Technology spread. I mean, this sounds good. And investment rights. I mean, maybe? So this is increasing by plus 0.11. Plus 0.35 from Overlord's army power projection under 7.5 times that of the personal union. So my army is too small, so he thinks I'm a bitch and wants to just leave. So what you're saying is we need more army investment as well. And that seems to be most of it, right? Like, that's it. It's that I am not powerful enough to keep these guys in check. So maybe I give them investment rights. Like, if they want to invest in my own things, like, whatever, sure. Like, why not? Is there anything here that's worth doing? Military assistance. Yo, you want military assistance? I mean... I'm trading with myself right now, by the way. So but what else can I do? Does actually, does anyone know what else I can do here to improve this? Should I just invest in Norway? Cash reserves. Trade center. Port. I don't understand really what this means. Like, I can expand this? Isn't that a little rude? What if we invest in a Norwegian sulfur mine? An iron mine. And livestock ranches. Who cares about going into debt? Fuck it. Fuck it. They're gonna have to wait a while though, because I have like 1,000 things to construct here. Chance to progress to consideration on July 8th. That's 2 months away. Success, 59%. Lobby opportunity with Prussia. This still, I don't really understand what to do with this. Like, yeah. We have a trade agreement here. Begin improving relations. Should I do that? Oh, can you just do this? Improve relations with Norway? Oh. I mean, maybe that sounds good, right? Just improve relations. Easy peasy. I'm gonna improve relations with the Grand Duchy of Finland as well. And maybe with Russia as well. Just, like, don't... Chill. Just don't come here. The Danes fucking hate me. Great Britain loves me. Why? Hey guys, you want to trade? Actually, they kind of want to trade. They don't really seem to care about me enacting any laws. Come on. There was +3 there. There, +3, 416 a week. That's not that big of a deal. We're already like super in debt. Okay, what about +4? I guess it needs to be positive. Oh, 5% chance. Okay, they're not just gonna... I think Sweden was a historical Great Britain ally. Same religion and all. I was gonna say, aren't they all the same religion? But no, there's like 40 Christianities. Hmm. I don't really know how to read this. Can we filter out things they don't want to see? Like, what's the point of seeing that? So, let's see. Iron. Well, what does this mean? +16. The British market has a drain of 1.15k iron a week. Is that what that means? Something like that? Doesn't say what it's a month or what. And we produce 16. And somehow we're the number 7 producer in the world? Really? That's crazy. What, 173 per week? Am I not producing 16 per week? Or what? Like, what is this plus? Balance, current balance. Now we're producing 347. And we're consuming 331. So we have a +16 per month. Which means I could only get like +1. You make 16 more than you sell, yeah. Okay, so the left value here is my production. This is their production. So they actually... They actually need to import iron to be able to maintain themselves. But my economy is so small. The only thing we could give them here is maybe wood. But even so, like 100 +2. What the fuck? I thought they wanted wood. It says thumbs up. Huh? I'm so confused. So wood is thumbs up. It says +8. I add it, it goes down by 20. Someone explain. This doesn't make any sense at all. The UI is just doesn't make any sense here. What? Why is it -20? -17 from diplomatic stance with Sweden. We remove this. Now, what is diplomatic stance? So, me transferring them wood means they get annoyed because they have to do something. Like, is that literally it? They just don't want to have an obligation at all. They don't want to do something. Fuck it. We're not managing anything there. That's too weird. Yeah, I don't think our economy is really good enough to deal with trade in any way. For now, just build a bunch of livestock ranches and then we'll see what happens. Agrarianism has successfully progressed to the consideration phase of law enactment. In November, holy moly, these guys are slow. What is this? Convoys. Port connection, goods transfer. Psychiatry unlocked. Plus 25% influence. What? Just like that? What the fuck? That's tons. Though, it's not like 25%, it's an additive thing, right? So that it's just multiplying a base value, which is 850, 100, 850, 750. Yeah. Still quite a lot. Plus 10 maneuvers per diplomatic play. Okay. So now we need to see what we want to do technology-wise. Military. General staff. Logistics. Fieldworks. Shell gun. Rifling. Screw frigate. Hydraulic cranes. Power of the purse. Dry dock. Gantry cranes. Self-propelling torpedo. Shell gun. Artillery. I want ships. We have a paddle steamer. Screw frigate. Unlocks bulk trading for trade center. Gantry cranes. Or is there anything here we should get? Intensive agriculture. Nitroglycerin. Railways. Railways. Let's get the railways. But yeah, I feel like now we just kind of chill for a while. The GDP is actually going up by shitloads. I don't know why it's even going up so much. Iron. But like, is it just the iron that's going up? This afternoon, Anders Danielsson, leader of the rural folk, delivered a fiery speech advocating for the enactment of agrarianism. Making an appearance before the public in Stockholm's main square, Anders Danielsson's powerful rhetoric left even his most embittered political opponents impressed. Excerpts from the speech are already being circulated across Sweden, fanning the fires of an already roaring debate. This should ease the path to reform greatly. Public convinced. Performances like these reflect well on Anders Danielsson and his cause. Recognized orator, rural folk, gets raising public support for 5 years. Sure, let's give him some popularity. Maybe. We only have a pop of one. No, that's Svealand. I want to look at Sweden. GDP 3 mil. Is there no GDP screen? Oh, come on. Let me see. Hey! Hey! Okay, now we're here. I want to see a GDP screen. Consumption tax. Construction goods. Government wages, military wages. Alright, well, I don't think we can really do that much right now. Complete research of railways. Okay, that's just gonna finish this. This is gonna... Chance to progress to Ascent, April. I'm just gonna speed run. Nothing's happening anyway, so... Power block invitation accepted. Portugal accepted the invitation from Great Britain to join the British Empire. Okay. Where's Portugal? How do I go there? Country in the Portuguese market. Yes. There. That's where Portugal is. Okay. Little scary, I think. Furniture manufacturing in Norrland. Do I need to suppress someone right now? Yeah, we need to suppress the libs. We also have infinite influence, which I'm not really sure what we should be doing. Start funding lobbies. Begin damaging relations. Wait, what? Why would I do that? Increases interest group desire to join political lobbies who are friendly towards us. It's very expensive, though. Holy shit. Let's improve relations with these guys. Improve relations with fucking the Danes. Now the Danes are like 40 different nations down here. There, alright. Cancel greener grass campaign, yeah. Let's not run that. Encourage, encourage, encourage. I mean, how are they doing? We built 4 livestock ranches, and they are already employed. I believe. The iron mine. Fishing wharves. This is not doing so well. But what am I supposed to do about that? Like, how could you increase value of fish? By creating a deficit? Through trade? Or export? I don't know if you should be operating at a deficit. Like, they're doing that for iron. But it's... I don't know. Like here, the price is minus 34. Well, okay, this is the entire Swedish market. And the local price is... Meat counts as luxury. Fish is staple. And I have a surplus of meat. I wonder if that affects the rest of the food market. Like, having a surplus of meat, does that affect the fish market negatively? Using fish. Oh my fucking god. Food industries. Maybe we just need more food industries. Like, I don't know if that's a thing. Like, yeah, food industries. So if I build this, maybe the price of fish goes up in over here. But then again, we're building 40 things already. So, what about military? How do we... How do we expand the army? Upgrade all units. Wait, what? Oh shit, expenses keep going up. We have one fleet. Högsjöflottan that contains everything. $30 regulars. You now have agrarianism. +1 free company charters. Blah, 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 blah. Disable nationalization with a compensation. Aristocrats, investment pool. Capitalists, negative. Farmers, clergymen. Change from interventionism. Alright. And then we go into the laws, health system, charity hospitals. And we enact that. I don't feel like we need to negotiate. Let's just let that one run its course. Standard of living. Changing the healthcare law will probably change that. Getting better furniture might also improve standards of living. Food industries, 11 weeks away. Solve budget deficit. Yeah, soon. Chill. I just need to build 1,000 things. Knowledge sharing is broken. Sweden must have unlocked more technologies than Norway. Norway attitude worsened. They're rebellious. This happened as a result of Norway changing their strategy. What strategy? Strategic desire towards you, antagonize Sweden, expand resource industries, conservative agenda, break free. An outbreak of crop disease in Ile-de-France has begun to spread across much of the European continent. With a failed harvest looming, fears of famine have begun to circle. The doctor prodded the potato with his instrument and leaned aside so his colleague could see. The tool's blunt tip had sunk a centimeter into a discolored patch of its flesh. It's the blight, I'm afraid. Were I to inspect any other tuber from the field, the result would likely be the same. As it stands, I would recommend extraordinary measures. The Hungry Forties gets European potato famine indefinitely. Plus 50% disease outbreak, harvest condition impact. Plus 30% rye farms building throughput. Minus 50% wheat farms throughput. Sängdags. Hope you have a väldigt fin world erövring. Prick den framför allt. Have a good night, dude. So gott. Plus 500 potato famine relief. Plus 500 government expenses. We can afford that. I mean, my deficit is already insane. We just need to stop building stuff. But that we also need the livestock ranches to solve this, I think. Your gross domestic product has grown. You have proved yourself capable of growing your country's economy. As we go deeper into other aspects, like politics and diplomacy, don't forget to continually expand in strategic directions, so you don't get left behind. Growing your gross domestic product will not only increase your wealth, standard of living, and pop growth, but also your prestige, which influences your rank, interest, and ability to engage in diplomacy. And I feel like the fishing issue should solve itself now. Shouldn't it? Because, yeah, people are going to have to rely more and more and more and more and more on fishing. Due to the potato famine. Law progressed to consideration. Alright. Dude, time flies when you have it on speed 5. Steel tools. Yeah, we don't... I don't know if we even have steels. We don't have any steel mills or anything like that. What does this mean? Cash reserves. It's full. Is it supposed to be full? Is that good? Livestock ranches. Throughput. Minus 23% from Norrland. Oh. Livestock isn't that good in Norrland. Just by default. How do you see that? Like, what modifiers does it have? Information. Modifiers. Goods consumption increased. Mortality of slaves. Agriculture throughput minus 23%. Coal mines, iron mines plus 53. Logging is good. Lead mines, sulfur mines. Arts Academy. Yeah, farms are kind of bad up here. I do think we should still have that, but not during the famine. Probably. Popular playwright endorses reform. In the midst of the debate surrounding charity hospitals, one of the country's leading playwrights, strongly associated with the Church of Sweden, has staged a widely acclaimed play whose politically laden theme makes no secret of the author's desire for the law to be passed. The man's viewpoints may be somewhat partisan, but, sir, you cannot argue with his prose. Sure. Sweden gets a renowned playwright for 5 years, plus 5% prestige. Yeah, that sounds good. This is... It's not going up as much as I thought. This is going to take forever, but it is weekly. So in a year, like 0.05 times 50. That's what, 0.25 per year. it's 0.5. It's like 2.5. I think. That's a lot. But I feel like I have to finish this before I can start pushing military stuff. I feel like we need money to do that. But we also need the infrastructure to do that. So... Injured farmers. Farmers in Götaland have been making appeals to the government about the dangers of the equipment they are using, and would like to have some sort of healthcare to reduce the hardships for them. Neighbor came over to my house the other day. As he stood there at my door grabbing his right hand with his left, I realized he cut 3 of his fingers clean off. I was no doctor, but he needed help, so I did the best that I could. I just wish there was someone he could have gone to that knew better. Sweden gets help the farmers during the current or next law enactment. Focus on establishing healthcare. Plus 40% enactment success chance. Sure. Alright, so now we're investing in Norway. A little bit. Just because I want to see if maybe that helps, like, our relationship somehow. But I can't tell if it does. Discord with the industrialists. An influential faction within the industrialists has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of charity hospitals. Themselves in favor of the law, they have now resolved to form a separate political faction, intent on passing it. How can you all stand idly by and watch the world pass before your eyes? Have you no sense of honor, of duty to your fellow man? I say nay to such lack of ambition, and I dare say I am not alone in this. Sweden gets beneficial factionalism during the current or next law enactment. Industrialists get member flight for 5 years. Yeah. That's like only good. I don't want to really grow the Church of Sweden either. Though the Church of Sweden would be better than the industrialists, I think. This did go down. By 0.01, but I don't know why. From clout of pro-overlord political lobby interest groups in opposition. Maybe it's just my lobbying that has actually borne fruit of 0.01. Yeah, that's it. I think. Economic dependence on overlord. Unfulfilled Norwegian buy orders satisfied by Sweden. No, I don't want to see the Swedish market. I want to see the Norwegian market. Is that just not possible? I guess not, but like the Swedish market. But how can I then tell what they are fulfilling? Subventions. I don't really know what to do with this. We're building iron mines in Norway. I don't know if that's going to just make them more self-reliant or what. Labor movement unlocked. Okay. Bessemer process unlocked. We're working on railways. Livestock ranches. And then we'll see if this can recover a bit before we explode. Skirmish infantry, general training for barracks, production method. Barracks. Wait, huh? There. General training. So if we go here, the barracks, switch it to general training. I think it's just better. There's double training rate. For no cost, really. Like, slightly. A minor balance hit. Scholastic Education, Philosophy Department. What's that? Consumes paper. +3 innovation, 30% qualifications. This is much better. But it does cost paper. Do I even have paper production? I do, but we... Not really. I should have, though. But maybe... Yeah, once this is chilled a bit, maybe we can look into that. New institution available. You have managed to reform the first of many laws on your country's journey through the Victorian era. Over time, you will learn which combination of government interest groups, clout, legitimacy, and political movements provide you with the best opportunities to pass the laws you desire. Until then, don't be afraid to experiment. Charity hospitals. Minus 20% bureaucracy cost of health system. Church of Sweden. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, we have a health system. Now, I want to see if that increases the standard of living. Or if I have to build a hospital. I don't see anything of the sort, though. No synthetics plants. Conscription center, port, railway, skyscraper, university. We do have national expenses that are very high, but it does seem like interest seem to be part of that, so maybe that goes down with time, I don't know. What do you mean construction goods? Oh, I mean, it's kind of bad to not build as well, isn't it? Ooh, railway. Railway. Because that means that everyone who works in construction are now unemployed, right? If you're not building, they're all unemployed. So I feel like not building is a bad thing too. But so is this. So how do you construct in a way that is not self-destructive? No active research. Steel railway cars. Oil. Water tube boiler. Baking powder. Crystal glass. Canneries. Intensive agriculture. Logistics. What does that do? Triage. Enlistment offices. Electric. What is triage? Unlocks first aid. Modern nursing. By using techniques such as hand washing and bedside care, nurses are able to reduce the amount of fatalities by a considerable amount. Fieldworks. Shell gun. Rifling. Let's get rifling. Market access is at 93%. Huh? Transportation. What does that mean? Transportation plus 75% compared to base price. I don't understand what this means. Norland has money. What? What is this? Is this just movement? Like riding on a cart with someone or taking the bus? Is that what this means? I think so. Services. Railway. It needs engines and coal. And we don't have either. Where can I get coal? Coal mines, obviously, but there's potential for lead mines in Svealand, iron mines, logging camps. We can build a coal mine down here. A statue of King Oscar Bernadotte was commissioned, and it has been suggested that it be displayed proudly in Norrland. Romantic is how you would describe the look on the face of the statue when it smiles down on you. Eyes that flicker in the opposite direction of the sun. Though maybe you are just imagining it. A monument worthy of the king. Nice. I just think that getting railways going would be huge. But like motor industries require steel, so we would need steel mills, which would eat up coal. So, and I don't think we have steel mills anywhere. Arms industries, financial districts, yeah. And steel mills. I feel like that's probably best done somewhere in the middle of Sweden. Actually, maybe it's in northern Sweden. Yeah, okay. Steel mills. Motor industries. And then we build railway, 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 railway. And we pray to God that we don't collapse before that's finished. No end in sight. Disease outbreaks started in Scania, affecting 2 of your states with an intensity of 7.2. An agitator appears. Carl Olofsson supports the liberal movement. Okay. It's Norway. Stop being rude. I don't think I'll be able to stop them. Lower Norway's liberty desires. Are you gonna tell me how? Tell me how. Overview of your subject can be found in the Subjects tab on the Diplomacy panel. Here you can see your different subjects, their liberty desire, and your available overlord actions. Underneath the name of your subject and the subject type, there is the liberty desire bar. This bar shows you their current liberty desire level. You can hover each part of the bar to see the effects of each level. They range from positive, non-negative effects on the generation of radicals and loyalists in the subject country. To the right, you find a button to open and see your available overlord actions. They can be used to fine, tailor, and set expectations for your subjects. However, if you hover each actions and check the effects, note that many of the actions affect the subject's liberty desire, either directly by giving a set amount, or indirectly by increasing or decreasing the weekly gain/loss. Overlord actions are not the only way to change the liberty desire of a subject. Liberty desire is also affected by the following: relations, boosting relations between subject and the overlord; economic dependence, the impact on their economy; prestige, the difference in prestige. Higher difference means lower liberty desire. Subject lobbies towards their overlord. It's always important to keep an eye on your subjects and their liberty desire. When this liberty desire gets high or low, blah 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 blah. This can be helpful if you can sacrifice autonomy for a lower liberty desire, or if you wish to take step towards annexing a subject. Exempt from service. I think that would fix it, wouldn't it? Because right now they're growing by 0.01. Actually, it's fixing itself. It keeps decreasing. We're almost pushing it down. If I were to exempt them from service, it would go down, but I wonder if that might cause other issues. Can we do that now? Now it's actually going down. Not by a whole lot, but it is going down. So as long as they don't overtake me in terms of technology, should be able to keep that going. Russia have started to damage our mutual relations. Stop. I haven't done nothing. Why can't I look at Russia? There. Easier times. The waves of crop disease that racked the European continent throughout the Hungry Forties have subsided. Whilst the blighted fields may never again be able to host the affected variety of potatoes, other crops are expected to make a full recovery. Did you hear? They're selling a new kind of potato seed, one that isn't blighted, or so they say. The man leaning on the other side of the fence raised an eyebrow. About time. Too late, even. I had to have my kids eating hay to make it through the winter. You got off easy. The family down the road lost theirs. Too damned late indeed. And we be certain it's over. Sweden gets elevated import levels. Increased agriculture throughput. Let's do that. The revolutionary events in Austria are inspiring radical sentiments across Europe. I understand there is some concern that weaponry used in the Swedish Revolution might find its way into neighboring countries. Swedish Revolution might find its way into neighboring countries and end up in the wrong hands. I fear not the gunpowder, but what might ignite it. Not every man desires power for its own sake, but if he is convinced he has been cheated out of his share, he might view it as his duty to claim it. What could be more dangerous than the idea that power belongs to the people? Who will lead Sweden to the future? Radical movement pop attraction. I don't think that's good. We will not let these ideals divide us. I mean, I don't really understand, like, radical sentiments, radical movement. What's a radical movement? How do I know if it's a radical movement? Right? Is it literally just a radical movement? I don't really, because this is like radical. Protesting. Yeah, don't make me put you down, brother. Close it. Why is it so weird? We will not let these ideals divide us. Yeah, it's a little confusing because it's like the radical movement sounds like it's like a type of movement, but it's actually the movement called the radical movement, I suppose. Spurred by revolutionary sentiment spreading across Europe, the radical movement is becoming widespread in Sweden. Whether we support or oppose them, this heralds a time of great change and reaction. The people of the Swedish nation have a right to rule themselves, free from the clutches of kings and aristocrats who hoard hereditary power. We have made our demands clear. They will be met, or we shall take to the streets. We will win our freedom with the blood of martyrs if we have to. Support the conservative establishment. Yes. Industrialists. Tax avoidance deactivated. Excuse me? You were doing what? Knowledge sharing broken. Austria and 2 Sicilies. Okay. Finnish students sometimes use their native language in Swedish schools. Some have called for teachers to penalize the use of these languages, forcing children to speak the official language of Sweden. You've noticed it too, right? He gets angry when anyone talks in class, but he always gets angrier when we're talking. Maybe he thinks we're talking about him. I think he just doesn't like being reminded that we know something he doesn't. Schools should teach them to speak their proper language. Yep. Don't be rude. It's rude. The recently translated works of Kuzman Galal have become popular within the radical movement. The relationship has developed to the point of Kuzman Galal openly endorsing the movement. Huh? And for the whole large class there is no other road, especially for a nation so eminently practical as the Swedish. The great thing is to get the working class to move as a class, that once obtained, they will soon find the right direction, and all who resist will be left out in the cold with small sects of their own. Radical movement gets censored exile manifesto. Minus 50% political movement prop attraction. Trade unions gets framed as foreign puppets for 5 years. Minus 3 interest group approval. 10% interest group prop attraction. Sure. Support regime. We get minus 10 legitimacy, but minus 10 weekly liberty desire. But what is it looking like right now? It's going up by 0.10? Holy fuck! I think they're just pumping their army, dude. They were at like 2 point something, now they're at 0.8. Or rather, I was at 2 point something, now I'm at 0.8. Which means that they have giga caught up. Like, they're actually bigger than me now. How do I mean, I don't really... A man employed by a powerful member of the Swedish-Prussian Association is delivering lectures and pamphlets addressed to targeted constituents in Stockholm. One lawmaker writes to a fellow politician, "Each day he finds me, I know not how. I am quite disturbed. What are his aims? That hired emissary of the Swedish-Prussian Association haunts the doors of the Swedish Assembly, much like the ghost of the murdered Banquo." Armed forces gets lobbyists gain upper hand. Plus 10% interest group political strength. Sure. Why not? So, can I actually upgrade these guys with rifling? No? Four demobilized groups. 30 out of 10. 30 command limit. Do we need a general? Ammunition shortage. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here. Increase infrastructure by railways. Inspired by the revolutionary waves spreading across Europe, revolutionaries in Stockholm have assembled to make demands of the king. They call for universal suffrage, a democratic constitution, and the establishment of a national guard. Census suffrage. National Guard. The state maintains an independent volunteer force of citizen soldiers charged with upholding public order. Intelligentsia becomes part of the government. Send in the army immediately. Fuck you. Alright. Stop the revolution. We have a revolution brewing in our country. We should take the appropriate steps needed to quell this before it breaks out into a civil war. Okay. I don't really know what you can do about this except for just suppress them like nothing. I suppose. Steel mills, come on. Coal shortage in the Swedish market. We have coal mines. They have 17 people hired. You want to get some more guys? Rail transportation. We don't have the rails yet, brother. They only have 7% support. Like... It's 80,000 people, sure, but... Come on. I'm about to explode, by the way. I don't think this is gonna go so well. No research, whoops. Let's go with agriculture. General Enar Olofsson, noting severe unrest in Svealand, has proposed using the army to suppress agitation in the area. While his political allies support him, there is a heavy risk to following his plan. It's simple. We have an army, there is the enemy. Let me deploy my men and do what is needed, and the enemy shall be vanquished. That's all there is to it. YOLO. Worst has come to pass. Your treasury is empty and you are now in default. But do not worry, even this is something you can bounce back from. Keep trying to restore your balance and climb out of the hole. With a W. And if your interest payments are just too much to manage, you can declare bankruptcy on the Assets tab in the Budget panel to seize your pop's assets and rebuild your economy from scratch. The radical movement is becoming popular, uncontrollable, and violent. Calls for revolution echo in the streets. Extreme measures may be necessary. Secret police will provide a discreet solution. Central Archives. Unlock secret police law. A modern state requires good record keeping, and good record keeping requires thorough paperwork. If you wish to learn more, please fill form ML 4.11866 in triplicate and expect a response in 2 to 5 working days. Okay, secret police. Losing power rank. Yeah, construction is fucked. Some Swedish people are unfairly blaming the poor living conditions in Norrland on their Finnish neighbors. Whatever, dude. We have bigger fish to fry right now, bro. Do I have to control the army somehow? Why are there Norwegian armies? Swedish radical revolt. Building on a perceived common enmity to Russia, pro-Prussian associations have become commonplace within the patriotically inclined rural folk. Encourage them. Prussia's cause is ours. Yeah. Let's do this. They can join the association, but I don't want to deteriorate relations with Russia either. How's the fight going? I can't tell. Is anything happening here? No active battle. Why? Fuck them up, bro. What do you mean we have 20? I'm so confused. We have 20, 11k. They have 22, 16k. We have 28 average offense, defense. They have 11. What are you guys doing? You're just like looking at each other? Fuck them up. We have an ammunition shortage. I don't really know what's happening right now. War is broken out. Defenders, belligerents. Wait, what just happened? So Norway has joined the belligerents. That's some bullshit. What about the rest of my armies? What? Why is there not a subtraction button here? I'm so confused. It's just because it says that we have... At least I thought it said. Like, what it... Like, what is this? I don't understand. What? Are you retarded? Why is he walking like that? Okay. Are they transferring in? What's happening? Okay, so now I'm winning. We should have... Like, because I saw my guys going out, you know? So I was like, okay. So... that means, like, my army is mobilized. But no, it just mobilized, like, a tiny amount of it. This is a fleet. The fleet doesn't need to be mobilized. How do you unmobilize it? Is it not mobilized? I don't understand. What is happening? What is he doing? Why is he... Why am I losing? Whatever. I don't know what's happening here. This military system is fucking garbage. I lost. My guys, I don't know what's happening. They're just standing here at the border. Just like chilling. Wait, this became like a different country? Swedish Radical Revolt? No, it's in Radical Revolt. State in Swedish Radical Revolt. This is like not my country anymore? What? I don't... What do you mean plan invasion? Well, I think that might be it for this run. But yeah, I would try again. I might go back to playing more Bagris, but I would like to try this again. And see if we can maybe figure this out. Yeah. Don't know how I feel about this. Like, I have an army here. Okay, now apparently they're fighting. They were fighting. They can't do... Like, they moved over there to move in here, but then they didn't. Then it looked like they did get reinforcements, but they didn't get reinforcements. And then it said that they had like a 90% chance to win, and then they had a 0% chance to win. So I really don't understand what anything in this entire combat scenario meant at all. I also don't understand why I can't go in. Like, are we not at war? Wars? War leader you? So are they just refusing to work because they don't have any money? Morale, attrition, manpower. Yeah, this army is just deserting or something. But it doesn't do anything anyway, so who cares? I had to have a navy to plan an invasion of this. Like, I don't know, the military system is fucking retarded. The UI is so bad. It doesn't really help you do anything. Your ally Norway was defeated. Okay, so it's actually like, what? Okay, so it's the Swede. Okay, so it was actually like Norway who was in there fighting the Swedes of the Radical Revolt. All right. Well, maybe we'll play more tomorrow. We'll see. But we'll start over. I kind of understand a little bit more now, so you know, maybe we won't end up with a full red fucking money bar, because I think that's bad. it's probably not great. I do think railways are really good. So maybe getting the coal mine and the steel production just like a little bit immediately could be good. And then just rushing railways. Sweden is a very long country, so I don't think it really functions without the railways. I think that's like the #1 thing that it needs. Because like forest or like wood and iron comes from northern Sweden, and southern Sweden is the seat of power, so navy is probably important. You do start with a big navy, but right now it's the fact that all these little democracy pansies decided to revolt, and it didn't help that I was completely in the red, and like I basically lost already because of this before they even revolted. But yeah, we need a military so we can kill everybody who is revolting to enact more democracy. And then military and railways. Because that'll help with like food and tool transportation and everything. Because like the transportation, I think, is a huge issue. Because I assume it makes like the products just worth, or like less affordable and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I think we'll stop there. I'm just gonna chill for the rest of the Sunday. I'm gonna go watch the Peanut Gang play Rust. But yeah, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye bye.